Alright, we made pretty good progress last time. We start working on some of these special world levels, so let's keep at it. The next one is The Field, a saw in my face. What a name. Oh. None of these levels have dragon coins, which the only thing that matters is that it is harder, I feel like, for me to tell we're halfway through the level or whatever. I ended up doing the gamer route. I did the random fish jump. I don't like this. I don't like this much either. You motherfucker. Motherfucker. Did you know Mario smell? Like with his nose? Handled that wrong. I need to not line up right underneath it because they are hitting that spot at a really inconvenient time for me. I need to approach it from the side, I think. Oh my god. I cannot believe I fucked that up there. I, like, clipped the music block in a way that threw me off.
Through many births, I have wandered on and on.
Yo, Jesse.
Never finding a better deal than 0% APR on certified pre-owned vehicles. For trucks tougher than a drunk Marine, come to Mike's Pre-Owned, where we do the things that get things done.
Yo, thank you, Jesse. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. That's so generous, buddy. I was just trying to stabilize! Yeah, honestly, who's offering 0% APR these days? For trucks tougher than a drunk Marine. That sucks. All you gotta do is keep your mushroom. If you don't lose your mushroom, then you'll not have a problem. Thanks for standing up, Mario. Thank you so much. I despawned one of them. Fuck you. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Hello, objection. Oh no. A moon! Can't believe you've done this. There's 2 of them now? Oh, great. Well, if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers. Fuck me, god damn it. People keep making tier lists, and you know what tier list I haven't seen yet, but I think is a really important one that needs to be made is, like, what the likelihood is of 2 copies of a specific thing in Mario being a Blowjob Brother. You know? Like, 2 Saw Blades, not really a Blowjob Brother, but 2 Sumo Bros, definitely a Blowjob Brother, without a doubt. I think we can all agree. God, look at this fuckery. I'm suffering. You're laughing. I'm suffering and you're laughing. If you really think about it, the Bible is really just about different types of blowjob brothers. I mean, it's not lost on me that when you go to study the Bible, you go to seminary. You hear it too, right? Oh, hey, Slice Mage, welcome. We're on to something. Hey, you're not out of this discussion, okay? I'm just saying, I'm sure that there's some Talmudic arguments about this. I'm sure there exists a non-zero number of rabbinic commentary, rabbinic comments about the Bible being about various types of blowjob brothers, okay? This is a completely unhinged segment, okay? Holy shit! This is like... Okay. I don't know that I've had a lot of strong opinions in the past about Idol's levels, but she cooked here. Okay. I think Idol might have cooked. Before this day, if I'm not mistaken, Idol's greatest work was Point of Advice, Come. And I just gotta say, this might be an improvement. This might be an improvement. Hello, Drex. I hope you're having a Drextacular day. I'm sorry, we'll workshop that. I'm sending that one straight back to the lab to get our boys working on it. My brain just is having the hardest time parsing these saw blades. And the real fucking trick of it is, there's nothing complex going on with them. Those two saw blades, there's nothing interesting there. But I'm having a hell of a time parsing it for some reason. Prelude to the zoo. Still not gain recognition. I'm sorry, Prelude to the Zoo rules, but you're gonna have to work a lot harder than that to beat Point of Advice Come. I'm sorry, but that lives in my brain, forever. I'm pretty sure that was Idle, right? Was that Idle? No, I still can't process it. It's so stupid. I feel like the only downside for me personally of QLDC, and this is a purely me thing, is that because I'm not super ingrained into the community, there's a lot of times where I will see things that have such fascinating authorial voice, such interesting, like it's very auteur work, you know? But I don't find out who made it until so late that I don't really associate it with anybody. Like, the association doesn't get made until so much later for me. You motherfucker. I think the only two people who participate in QLDC, who I feel like I can typically spot their work in QLDC, is Daizo and Fire. And what we discovered this most recent QLDC is, nope, that's not true. That's not true at all. How many fires were there? According to my notes, 3. Oh, slowing down for that mushroom was the dumbest fucking thing I've ever done in my entire life. I've played a lot of Super Mario World, and I can tell you I've done some real dumb shit. But adjusting my angle in midair there to make sure I got that mushroom, man, whoo! That was pretty up there. Oh, absolutely, Slice Mage. If you're looking for for some hacks that are like truly feel like vanilla Mario, Return to Dinosaur Land is always my go-to. Some other people might be able to make some other good recommendations. I don't play a ton of standard hacks, but that is my absolute favorite, like just like the vanilla experience hack. If you're just meaning like you don't want Kaizo, there's a ton of fantastic standard hacks these days that are, like, I feel like standard hacks are getting to the level of quality that Kaizo hacks have been for years. You. God damn it. Cut the shit, man. Like, ah! Return to Dinosaur Land is an extraordinarily old hack at this point. I think it's like 13 or 14 years old. I want to say it's 2013. But it's probably older than that now that I think about it. Isn't it like 2008? 20 years old. Woo! I'm way off. But it's so good. It feels like Return to Dinosaur Land feels like Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka sat down and said, we gotta make a sequel. People are loving Super Mario World, and this is what they came up with. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get fucked. No. Probably not, Bob. Actually, no, I can guarantee I'd be able to spot it, because you would not be able to not mention Shamrock somewhere in. Gosh darn it, dang it, oh heck. Yeah, I love playing Super Mario World on my CRT television now. 2026 is wild. My CRT television and my Super Nintendo are working great. Are CRTs still made? Yeah, of course they are. I mean, not at the level that they used to be, but Hey, that's rude. Gotta have my mushroom. I did play on a CRT before. I was making a joke about the fact that these days I play on emulator for everything. Yeah, I mean, I still have my PVM all hooked up, and I occasionally still use it. But these days, I play on emulator for most stuff. Oh, okay, so I have to listen to penis music for a while? Cool. Bouncy castle rules. Both Mario and sprites bounce on bounce blocks. Red nets hurt if you are... Okay. How bad do they hurt? Do they hurt enough that I should just go ahead and take the hit? Hey bro, what's the vision here? Oh, I understand, okay. So I needed to use that to swap modes. I understand everything now. Right, I wasn't supposed to spin, now I remember. Never understand what penis music is? I can help. So penis music is what you're listening to right now. Have you ever listened to clown music that you're like, listening to this is making me dumber? That's sort of what I think of when I think of penis music. Maybe there's another definition, but that's what I think of. It's music your penis to. Shut up, Bob. Jesus. Oh, I see. It's the yoinky sploinky. That's a good definition, yes. You liked when I laughed at fart music a few weeks ago? Thank you. Some people don't understand art these days. Okay. Bump, 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 bump. I'm starting to think whoever designed this level didn't want me to get through it easily. And that's really sad. Hey, can I just say, unpopular opinion coming, but I think that the bounce castle sucks. Yeah, my timing is so bad on that. Bad timing. Why do these music blocks, why they got the quavers pointing down? Sorry. Semi-quavers. God, I think I might be stupid. I'm pretty sure the old-timey British term for quarter notes is semiquaver. But maybe I'm misremembering. Semiquaver is a 16th note? Oh, so quaver is an 8th note. I'm just misremembering. Okay, alright. I remember when I used to know things. That was a good time. Quaaludes, mostly. Quaver my semi till I learn. Shut up. Man. They're just lucky that we have so many stems for meaning half. Otherwise, they'd never be able to get anything done. Okay, I was wondering, like, hey, what's that all about? But now I have my question answered. Hey, can we get this guy to fuck off? What the fuck? What? Hey, this level this just isn't just penis music. This is penis level design, okay?
Here, have our money.
Not only is hell hot, but it turns out 99% of people who died are poor, so I'm also surrounded by people who don't know what a proper allowance looks like.
Yeah, fuck Algus. We all hate that guy. Oh right, wasn't supposed to spin. I think this level might have put me off of Super Mario World. I think Super Mario World might not be a good game, y'all. Should've just gone for it. Let me put it this way. This level makes me feel like I need a palette cleanser. Don't know what happened there. I shouldn't have survived, is what happened, but... Okay. Okay, we're so back. Oh, we're not so back. Forgot about this guy. I've been diddled again. Hello. They say that hell is other people, but they didn't mean Dicey. How am I alive? What are these dodges? Okay, never mind. God. Bum, bum, bum. I'd like to stop getting hit by the easy stuff. One must imagine Author Blue's happy. We'll enjoy another probably hour of this nonsense. And I don't mean that in the charming haha he mentioned the title way. I didn't mean to hit the on-off switch another time. I bonked it and then got stuck. I hope you're enjoying the yoinky sploinky because that's where we're at. No, fuck you. You can't do that. That's illegal. I'm not calling the cops, but I do know some guys who own a crowbar. Between the two of them, they own one crowbar.
Money.
He admitted it.
He admitted it. Okay, but not me. What I'm doing is not illegal. I'm a good boy, okay? No, don't spin, you dummy. That's how they get you. This time, everything's gonna go great. No! It's not going great at all! It's going the same as it always does! Oh no. Oh no! What? Was there an achievement for any of those moons? I guess no? Anyway, easy level. A line in the darkness. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't know how badly I need this mushroom, but a little investment now will allow me to get further later, so that's how I have to think about it. I pressed up. Could have hung out on that blue block and stabilized, but I rushed it like I always do. Yo, Maxell, that's a big old streak. This is a tough level. I don't think levels should be difficult. Yeah, hot take. Thanks? That's only the midway, okay. There's not very many places you can find a consistent setup here, so I'm just gonna do this as the start and work with it. Okay, both of those are coins. Okay, if you're just gonna have them jump around between lines, then you don't even know what they're doing, okay? You can't put that on me. I was in position, I just panicked. I didn't know where the platform was gonna go, but also, of course I didn't know where the platform was gonna go. That's the fucking point. You know it's unfair. You know it's just a fucking guessing game, buddy. I don't know why I rushed that. That was stupid. If I could keep a mushroom here, that would be so nice. What is this? Gosh, I sure hope whoever made this level stubbed their toe in a way that was, like, has given them some sort of chronic issues, though long-term, not a big deal. I hope they have stubbed their toe in a way where they're reminded of the pain regularly. That's too much! It's too much! I don't need to check who made this level. I know who made this level. It was made by Satan. I don't want to hear it from you, Dave. I was about to say, you better not have made this, or I'd be pissed. That was stressful. Apocalyptic Athletic and Hypogean Athletic. Oh yeah, we gotta check who made it. Sorbet fan. I don't know who that is. But I hope you're stubbing your toe right now as we speak. And Miracle Water with the penis level. Yep, that's the one. Lizzie, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I'm gonna go get a fresh drink. I'll be right back. Oslo, the capital and largest city in Norway, is a major industrial and maritime center as well as a seat of government. I'm learning so much about the world around me 20 years ago. 30 years ago. Oh, God. Square football is not a football. This is not a valid football shape. Can we go back to the square option? Can we please go back to the square option? That one has potential. No. These two are too small. Without a doubt, they're too small. This one is probably too small as well.
Perfect. Well done.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Wait.
There's something great about a woman who's roughly the amount, the size necessary to step on you, you know what I mean? Getting intimate with your big titty goth girlfriend is really just... That's just doom knockers, right? Is that anything? Is there something there? Has this sentence been uttered before? Where's my maps? Nobody has ever put a football in a Super Mario World level and thought, damn, the player's gonna fucking love this shit. Like, I mean, I think that's the takeaway right there, is that it is inherently an element you add to piss off a player. I respect it. I respect the shit out of it. Okay. The fucking Blowjob Brothers could get off the balcony, I could maybe move. I need you to understand, Mickey does not have this look of fear on his face because he's afraid of dying. Mickey does not fear death. Mickey knows that his sins are going to take him to hell, and that's what he fears. Give me that. There's no way it floats! You're kidding me! Oh man, this game is designed by Satan. Could make it a future auth problem. Yeah, but I've made a lot of problems in my life future auth problems. I gotta say, it's a pattern that I don't often feel rewarded for.
Can you use this money?
Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, do you have any idea how hard it is to harvest free-range children heads? I mean, those things don't just come off on their own, you know? Takes a little bit of elbow grease. Hey, hey, hey. Nobody shits my pants but me. Hello, thank you for giving me a break for my snack. I needed a snack and I got my snack. So let's play some video games. Not today. Oh, fuck. What kind of snack tonight? I had a rice cake with some peanut butter. This music is stressing me out. Okay, chat, should I play Kid Chameleon? That's like long time been on my list of games to check out, and I've just never gotten around to it. If I put it on dashing through trash, would I make some enemies that day? Okay, rude. Rude behavior. I think this wall has some rubber banding because I'm moving pretty fast here in a way that makes me think it definitely should not catch up to me for a while, and yet it does. I spun. Should not have spam. And how is Vilma doing tonight? Ba-ba-ba-bop. They don't tell you when you play these hacks that they're going to have hard levels, and I think that that should really be disclosed. I think SMW Central should do something about that. There should be like a way to disclose, hey, this hack's gonna have hard levels, and you're gonna say a curse word. I needed to switch to a regrab there. I had let go, but I didn't repress fast enough. What if we just confront the wall and we say, no, stop? That didn't work. I tried. Yo, what's up, Ash? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We're playing pretty normal Mario, honestly. I love the bloopers. When I see a blooper, I immediately go, hell yeah, this has made the level better.
Do you want this money?
Top 5 streamer bloopers. Funny blooper compilation. Best bloopers that make you say a bad word. Lonely bloopers in your area. Blooper, blooper, blooper.
God damn it. I was so focused, and that just, like, brought me out of it. That was a good one, though. Top 10 bloopers that would make you say a swear word. Number 1. This blooper. Parabuzzies are not vanilla now. You also have to make a small distinction because in Super Mario World, most para enemies are actually a parachute, not winged. Like there's para Koopas who have wings, but like para Goombas are just with a parachute. Hi, please! Okay, I need to jump at a lower one. It didn't occur to me until I had gotten onto it that there's really nothing forcing me to jump onto the highest one.
Here, have a money.
Which would you rather meet in a dark alley after midnight, blooper or football?
That's tough. Football. Yeah, definitely football. The platform falls fast enough that your window for jumping off of it's actually pretty small. It's an easy choice for me because the blooper's heart is filled with hate, and the football doesn't have a heart. I'll take the not having a heart. How annoying would you rate the dirt balls shovel chucks dig up? I mean, I would rate them pretty low just because they're predictable. Like, I mean, the biggest annoyance in Super Mario World are things that are unpredictable. Footballs end up being very frustrating because of that. But yeah, those digging chucks, their rocks can be a pain. Yeah, I will say that one of the main things I learned from speedrunning this game is how much you should be spin jumping. Yeah, I don't think I used spin jump very much as a kid either. But for me, there's a lot of reasons why I use spin jumping a lot in speedrunning. Having a lower jump arc actually helps me control my height for a lot of jumps. And then you just kind of learn, oh wow, this is actually a really versatile tool. You can do a lot with it. Well, I also think that if you don't spend a lot of time playing this game, and so you don't, like, figure out good input strategies, it's like a third button you have to worry about, and how to manage that is tricky. But once you realize how they intended you to hold the controller, it's actually not that bad. When's the last time you needed a yellow Yoshi? That's an easy one. No one has ever needed a yellow Yoshi. That was wrong. But we made progress. Correct, yeah. Once you understand that Y and X do the exact same thing in Super Mario World, and you can just slide your thumb from Y to X back and forth, so that whichever type of jump you want to do is under your thumb, then the control becomes way easier. A lot of players, even speedrunners, will use claw grip or piano grip or something to play so that they can press all three of them. Which is an option, that's fine, but I don't understand why. Yeah. I mean, I know lots of speedrunners who are better at the game than I am who use claw grip. So, I mean, it's like, it's obviously fine. It just, that feels like so much more work to me, I guess, is all it is. I guess I don't know of anyone who uses piano grip for Super Mario World, but I mean, piano grip for 4 buttons would be kind of difficult. Spawned a mushroom there. There is one trick in Super Mario World that kind of requires you to press all 4 buttons. At one point or another, you have to press all 4 buttons. And I can kind of see the point of using, like, a claw grip style grip for that. Because I will say that I can do the trick with what I consider standard grip, but boy, is it a lot of, like, intentionally fat-fingering buttons. It's a lot of rolling my hand across the controller, hoping for the best. There's just so much happening all the time. Night, Hempuli. Sleep well. Good luck. Good luck.
Can you use this money?
Okay, I want to hear the TTS say these. Night and Gluck.
Night and Gluck. Night and Gluck. Well, you thought it would say it funnier? Oh, did it not pronounce the G at the beginning of night? I guess without it being a real word to draw from, it assumed that the GN made the Enye sound. Nyite. It is bloopers, and they are my favorite, and they're only causing minimal problems. My only complaint about the auto-scroller wall is that you can't really get ahead of it because it rubber bands. Other than that, I think it's very cool. Hello, Miss Carrie.
Do you want this money?
Ho 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 ha ha. Ho 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 hee ha. Hello there, old chum. I'm G not a Nelf. I'm G not a Noblen. I'm a gnome, and you've been BLOOPERED.
Damn, I just got Bluebird. Don't know exactly what it wants me to do there, but I've got some ideas. Okay, that's my second time getting there, and now I had an opportunity to kind of look it over a bit. So I think I can form a strategy. You just got Bluebird! Too slow. Ba-da-bum-bum. I'd at least like to get a checkpoint. Can I please have a checkpoint? Doo-doo. God. This level's beating my ass. starting to get into that rhythm that happens sometimes when I'm playing a difficult level for too long, where I'm starting to mess up all the stuff that I've solved already, because my brain is just not turning on. I'm not focusing enough. So frustrating. Yeah, you gotta be careful of the fatigue. It's definitely bounce off of the first blooper. Like, I mean, that feels maybe obvious in hindsight, but at first I was thinking, oh, I don't want to have to bounce off the bloopers, I'll wait for the Buzzy, and that does not seem to be a working strategy. He does not come down fast enough. So I think it's bounce on the first blooper over the second one. And that's what I'm trying right now, at least. Ah! I had a setup that was working there for me, and now I've forgotten the setup. Exactly like I was saying before. You know that feeling you get sometimes where someone asks you a question and you think to yourself, well, I would have known the answer if you hadn't asked it. Hadn't asked, right? Like something about feeling put on the spot suddenly makes you forget something that you feel like you know really well. I think that's what happens after playing romhacks for too long. Is like you get into a good muscle memory, a good rhythm with something, and then after the fatigue sets in, your brain's like, wait, shit, am I supposed to be helping here? And it doesn't. It doesn't help because you were doing just fine when you weren't thinking so hard about it, but now your brain wants to get involved and it's fucking everything up. Anyway, that's my story. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at now, Flag, is that I feel like I've lost access to that muscle memory that was working before. It's not really muscle memory, but you know what I mean. I've lost access to whatever that was before, and now I'm having to, like, reinvent it on the spot, which is so annoying. It's like, brother, this was a solved problem. That's awesome, Mechalink. You mean you don't have to do any extra patches if the multi-set is active? I mean, Death Plane means something different for Mario than it does for sprites, but no, it wasn't that low. You have about a full tile to work with below the stage before things start despawning or Mario starts dying. Yeah, when I used to speedrun actively, my strategy for learning a trick was, can I do it like 10 times in a row? Like, that's when I was content that I'd practiced it enough. Because, like, getting it once is fine, getting it 50% of the time is fine. But if I can't do it 10 times in a row, then I'm not really consistent at it. Okay, I did get to the correct location, though. I think I need to grab that Buzzy, though, and run and carry and run him. But that is a PB, and it solves the puzzle that I was stuck on. Yeah, muscle memory is sort of the wrong term for a lot of this anyway. it's not the wrong term for everything gaming related, but a lot of this isn't muscle memory, but reflexive is a better word for it, yeah. This track goes hard, I'm digging it. Bum, bum. I think if I'm a little slower there, I can just run on the bottom with the shell in hand and I'll clear a path. I don't need to jump into the higher buzzy. Yeah, I think they should get rid of the spike wall. Real unforced error, because it feels like that would have taken a lot of effort to add to the level. I feel like if they just got rid of that, it would really just fix the whole level. Okay, but if the spike wall had just been a giant blooper, I think that would have been terrifying. I do not fear this spike wall. Yes, it can kill me, but I'm not afraid of it. A giant blooper, though? I'm afraid of that. That was so stupid. I had the setup there and everything. I just screwed it up at the last second. Oh, I really don't know how I was supposed to handle that. That's progress, though, but I do not know what I'm supposed to do there. I think if I get there fast enough, I will have enough time to just wait for the shell to get out of there. Oh, you know what I can do is I can just jump during any of the slots where it's out of the way. That'll be tricky, but I think that'll work. Yeah, okay. I just need to think about it for a second. Do the bloopers not react with the Buzzing Beetles? Is that what I'm understanding here? They don't. Nothing at all. That sucks. Trying to do this fast is hard, okay? All of the little things I'm trying to do, you gotta do at full speed. I don't think sliding would have done anything for me there. I think I just need to take a better angle. That's so real, MS Tang. That's so real. Don't let him fool you, he has a macro for it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have like a quick way to play the ship audio. I have to search Discord for it every time.
A ship owner was about to send to sea a venerable old ship. He knew that her barnacled hull, however, had often needed repairs, and doubts were suggested to him that possibly she was not seaworthy. The conscientious old captain thought at once to have her thoroughly refitted, even though it should put him at great expense. Before the ship sailed, however, he managed to stifle these bothersome misgivings, and said to himself that she had gone safely through so many voyages that it was idle to suppose that this trip should be any different. He put his trust in Providence, and banished from his mind all ungenerous suspicions about the honesty of the ship's builders, and in such ways he acquired a sincere and comfortable conviction that his vessel was altogether safe and seaworthy. He watched her departure with a light heart, encouraging the crew to dream of the profits that this voyage would return. And he got his insurance money when she went down in mid-ocean and told no tales. What shall we say of him? Surely this, that his belief in the safety of his ship was justified because it was grounded in repeated practical experimentation rather than the hubris of rationalistic a priori belief. It is admitted that he put his confidence in the builders of this vessel, but even this confidence was misplaced, for these were the selfsame charlatans who sought to sell him gratuitous repairs later on, and Big Ship is always trying to get one over on the little guy. Further, we may see that the ship is religion, and the shipwright is Richard Dawkins. The crewmates are empiricism, and the barnacles are Neoplatonism, and the captain of that ship was Albert Einstein. What the hell was I talking about?
What the hell was I talking about? At what point do we throw on Brian Moriarty? I think another hour of this, and we're going to be listening to Psalm 40, the secret of Psalm 46. For these were the self-same charlatans who sought to seek him gratuitous repairs. And Big Ship is always trying to get one over on the little guy. Y'all remember about the Battery of the Month Club? We all love Battery of the Month Club. We should hear about Battery of the Month Club again. You're so right. Everyone loves to hear about Battery of the Month Club. You're too new for that? Y'all, should we share with Undead Snowman the story of the Battery of the Month Club? Hell, thanks for gifting that sub to Undead Snowman. I can guarantee you I'm not playing this whole thing.
How many of you here have personally witnessed a total eclipse of the sun? To stand one day in the shadow of the moon is one of my humble goals in life. The closest I ever came was over 30 years ago. On February 26, 1979, a solar eclipse passed directly over the city of Seattle. I bought my bus tickets and found a place to stay, but in the end, I couldn't get the time off work. Well, anyone who lives in Seattle can tell you that the chances of catching the sun in February are pretty slim. And sure enough, the skies over the city that day were completely overcast. I wouldn't have seen a thing. That work I couldn't get out of was my first job out of college. A sales clerk at an old Radio Shack store in beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts. On my very first day behind the counter, a delivery truck pulled up to the front of the store. They carried in a big carton, upon which was printed the legend TRS-80. It was our floor sample of the world's first mass-market microcomputer. The TRS-80 Model 1 had a Z80 processor clocked at 1.7 MHz, 4,096 bytes of memory, and a 64-character black and white text display. The only storage was a cassette recorder. All this could be yours for the low, low price of $599. The store I was working in had seen better days. At one time, it had been near the center of a thriving commercial district. But like so many other New England cities, the advent of shopping malls had, by the early 70s, turned it into a ghost town. Worcester's solution to this problem was decisive, to say the least. The city's elders apparently decided that if they couldn't beat them, they would join them. And so, several square blocks at the heart of the city were bulldozed into oblivion, destroying dozens of family businesses, including the site of a pharmacy once operated by my great-grandfather. In their place was erected a vast 3-level shopping complex with cinemas and a food court. When the dust settled, only a few forlorn blocks of the old Worcester remained standing. My Radio Shack store was in one of those blocks.
Yeah, to be clear, I have reformed my opinion on this Brian Moriarty talk. I think Brian Moriarty's fine. I think that I have clowned on it because I hate Jonathan Blow. Anyway, back to this.
Then, to add insult to injury, Radio Shack opened a brand new location inside the shopping center, less than 500 feet from my store. So now, patrons had a choice between a clean, well-lighted establishment with uniformed security and acres of convenient parking, or a shadowy hole in a seedy old office building next to an adult movie theater. Consequently, I had plenty of time to fool around with the new computer. I taught myself basic programming. Then I learned Z80 assembly. Both, of course, so that I could write games. I also created self-running animated demos, which ran all night in the store window for the edification of the winos who peed in our doorway. Strangely enough, the few customers we had didn't seem to be interested in our new computer, even after the 16K memory upgrade. In fact, most of the people who set off the buzzer on their way through the front door weren't there to buy anything at all. They were there to exploit a free promotion, which was the bane of Radio Shack employees for over 40 years. The Battery of the Month Club.
Damn.
The idea of this promotion was simple. Customers got a little red card upon which was printed a square for each month. 12 times a year, the lucky sales clerk got to punch out a square and give the customer one brand new AAA, AA, C, D, or 9-volt battery. Of course, customers weren't allowed to choose just any grade of battery. At the time of my employment, Radio Shack offered 3 different levels of battery excellence. First were the alkalines, powerful, long-lasting, and expensive, hanging behind the counter like prescription medication, in gold-embossed blister packs.
Real battery heads now.
These were most certainly not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Next were the high-end lead batteries, sturdy, dependable batteries, moderately priced, and prominently displayed near the front of the store. These were also not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Finally, at the bottom of the barrel were the standard lead batteries. These were literally piled in barrels, cunningly located way at the back of the store, in a dark corner near the TV antennas. Remember TV antennas? Customers who came in looking for their free Battery of the Month had to walk the entire length of the premises, past the CB radios and stereo headphones and remote-controlled racing cars. Nothing would stop them. On the first day of every month, like clockwork, those customers came in waving their little red cards. I would look up from my programming and wave them to the back of the store. It didn't matter that the batteries were only worth 29 cents. It didn't matter that most of them were already half dead. They came, they grabbed. And as far as I can remember, not one of them ever paid for a damned thing.
Damn.
I was such a crappy salesman. I was young and foolish. I thought my education in game design was happening at the keyboard. I almost missed the lesson coming through the front door. Fortunately, I wasn't the only person fooling around with games on micros. All over the country, people like me were experimenting. Scott Adams was coding what would soon become the world's first commercial adventure game. Remember adventure games?
Does anybody remember laughing?
My future employer, Infocom, was being founded, along with other legendary companies like Online Systems, Sirius, Personal Software, and SSI. Those were exciting times. Teenagers were making fortunes. Games were cheap and easy to build. The slate was clean. But in 1979, the biggest news in gaming had nothing to do with computers. On the morning of the autumn equinox, September 20th,
I'm supposed to
a
bring
new
up
children's picture
fucking
book
Buzzy?
appeared in the stores of Great Britain. This picture book was rather peculiar. It consisted of 15 meticulously detailed color paintings, illustrating a
this
slight,
book, by the
whimsical
way.
tale about a rabbit
in
delivering
my
a
office at
jewel
work.
to the moon. On the back jacket of the book was a color photograph of a real jewel, shaped like a running rabbit, 5 inches long, fashioned of 18-karat gold, suspended with ornaments and bells, together with a sun and moon of blue quartz. According to the blurb underneath, this very jewel had been buried somewhere in England. Clues pointing to its location were concealed in the text and in the pictures of the book. The treasure would belong to whoever found it first. The book was called Masquerade. It was created by an eccentric little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief named Kit Williams. Within days, the first printing was sold out, and the empire that never sleeps found itself in the grip of rabbit fever. Excited readers attacked the paintings with rulers, compasses, and protractors. Magazine articles and TV specials dissected the clues, floated theories, and followed with keen delight the reckless exploits of the fanatics. One obscure park, unfortunately known by the nickname Rabbit Hill, was so riddled with holes excavated by misguided treasure seekers that the authorities had to erect signs assuring the public that no gold rabbits were to be found there. Some hunters ended up seeking psychological counseling for their obsession. The craze leapt over the Atlantic Ocean and invaded America, France, Italy, and Germany. It sold over 1 million copies in a few months, a record unrivaled by any children's title until the advent of Harry Potter. Over 150,000 copies were sold in foreign translations, including 80,000 copies in Japanese, despite the fact that the puzzle was only solvable in English. It didn't matter that the masquerade jewel was only worth a few $1,000s. Many seekers spent far more than that in their months of exploration and travel. It was the thrill of the chase, the possibility of being the one. Treasure hunts, secret messages, and hidden things seem to exert an irresistible appeal. They're fun to look for and to talk about. And this fact of human psychology has been exploited in computer games since the earliest days. It finds expression in the hidden surprises we call Easter eggs. Atari's Stephen Wright is credited with coining this term in the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The first Easter egg in a commercial computer game appeared in an early Atari 2600 cartridge called, simply enough, Adventure. By a sequence of unlikely movements and obscure manipulations, players could discover a secret room where the words "Created by Warren Robinette" appeared in flashing letters. Over the decades, Easter eggs and their evil twin, cheat codes, have become an industry within an industry. Entire magazines and websites are now devoted to their carefully orchestrated discovery and dissemination. They're part of our toolkit, our basic vocabulary, the language of computer game design. Computer gamers may have been the first to refer to hidden surprises as Easter eggs, but we certainly weren't the first to use them. Painters, composers, and artists of every discipline have been hiding stuff in their works for centuries. The recent advent of VCRs and Laserdisc players with freeze-frame capability exposed decades of secret Disney erotica. Thomas Kincaid, the self-appointed painter of light, amuses himself by hiding the letter N in his works. A number beside his signature indicates how many N's are hidden in each painting. Picasso, Dali, Raphael, Poussin, and dozens of other painters concealed all kinds of stuff in their paintings. A favorite trick was hiding portraits of themselves, their families, friends, and fellow artists in crowd scenes.
That's true.
El Greco loved dogs, but the Catholic Church forbid him from including any in his sacred paintings. So he hid them, usually within the outlines of celestial clouds. Composer Dmitri Shostakovich chafed under the political censorship imposed by the Soviet Ministry of Culture. His symphonies and chamber works are loaded with hidden signatures and subversive subtexts, which, had they been recognized, would have sent him to Siberia. Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, is filled with musical allusions to the rituals of the Freemasons, the ancient secret society of which he and his mentor Haydn were members. But the most famous purveyor of Easter eggs is that champion of the late Baroque, the ultimate musical nerd,
I can't believe
Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach was a student of gematria, the art of assigning numeric values to letters of the alphabet.
That's too fast.
A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. By comparing, sequencing, or otherwise manipulating these numbers, secret messages can be concealed. Bach took particular delight in the geometrical numbers 14 and 41. 14 is the sum of the initials of his last name. B equals 2, A equals 1, C equals 3,
And so on.
H equals 8. 41 is the sum of his expanded initials, J.S. Bach. These two numbers show up over and over again in Bach's compositions. One of the better-known examples is his setting of the chorale Vor deinem Thron. The first line of the melody contains exactly 14 notes, and the entire melody, from start to finish, contains 41. Another of Bach's favorite games was the puzzle canon. A canon is a melody that sounds good when you play it on top of itself, a little bit out of sync. Frere Jacques and Row, Row, Row Your Boat are familiar examples of simple, two-voice canons. But a canon can employ any number of voices, and you don't have to play each voice the same way either. You can change the octave, transpose the key, invert the pitch, play it
We
backwards,
moved on from battery
or
of the
any
month.
combination.
We got new shit to talk about.
Finding melodies that make good multi-voice canons is a fussy and difficult art, of which Bach was an undisputed master. Now, in a puzzle canon, the composer specifies the basic melody and the number of voices, but not the relationship of the voices. The student has to figure out the position and key of each voice, and whether to perform them inverted and/or backwards. Bach wrote quite a number of puzzle canons. The most famous, BWV 1076, is part of a fascinating story. One of Bach's students was a fellow by the name of Lorenz Misler, founder of the Society of Musical Science. This elite, invitation-only institution devoted itself to the study of Pythagorean philosophy and the union of music and mathematics. Its distinguished membership reads like a who's who of German composers, including Handel, Telemann, and eventually Mozart. Applicants for membership in the society were required to submit an oil portrait of themselves, along with a specimen of original music. With nerdly efficiency, Society member number 14 decided to combine these admission requirements into a single work. He sat for a portrait with Elias Haussmann, official artist at the court of Dresden. This portrait, which now hangs in the gallery of the town hall in Leipzig, is the only indisputably authentic image of Bach in existence. The Haussmann portrait shows Bach dressed in a formal coat with exactly 14 buttons. In his hand is a sheet of music paper, upon which is written a puzzle canon for 6 simultaneous voices. In 1974, a manuscript was discovered which proved that this canon was the 13th in a series of exactly 14 canons based on the ground theme of the famous Goldberg variations. As if these musical gymnastics weren't enough, Bach liked to hide messages in his compositions by assigning notes to the letters. His initials, B-A-C-H, correspond to the pitch sequence B-flat, A, C, and B natural in German letter notation. This theme makes its most memorable appearance in the last bars of his final composition, The Art of Fugue, published soon after his death in 1750. The word fugue comes from the Latin fuga, which means flight, as in running away. So the art of fugue is the art of flight, the art of taking a theme and running with it. Bach wrote hundreds of fugues, but none as sublime as this sequence of 14. In the last and most complicated fugue in the series, the first and second sections develop normally. This is followed by the B-A-C-H signature, and then suddenly, without any warning or structural justification, the fugue stops, dead in its tracks. One of the composer's 20 children, his son Carl Philipp Emanuel, claimed that Bach died moments after those last few notes were written. This story is probably apocryphal.
Yeah, most are.
The Easter eggs in Bach's music are a pleasant obscurity, known chiefly to professors and students of Baroque music. But in March of 2002, when this lecture was first delivered, those Easter eggs were the talk of the entire classical music industry. Sitting near the top of the classical music charts that month was a compact disc on the ECM label called Mortimer. It was performed by the Hilliard Choral Ensemble, together with a talented but, until then, little-known violinist, Christoph Poppen. The music on Mortimer is based on a geometrical analysis of Bach's Partita in D minor for solo violin. This analysis, by German professor Helga Thon, assigns numeric values to the duration of notes, the number of bars, and the German letter notation of the partita. In doing so, she claims to have discovered the complete text of several liturgical ceremonies encoded in the notes. The CD presented these hidden texts superimposed over the original music. The result was strangely melancholy, dark, haunting and very, very popular. Quite a few music critics attacked this disc. They didn't buy Professor Thone's analysis, dismissing it as a combination of numerology and canny marketing. Their caution was not without basis. Numerology is a slippery slope down which many a fine mind has slid to its doom.
Damn.
Allow me to offer an amusing anecdote from my own experience.
Dante scholars are eating shit
Back
right
in the
now.
early 90s, before the internet took off, one of the more popular online bulletin board systems was a service called Prodigy. I bought an account on Prodigy so I could join a fraternal interest group and gossip with fellow members around the country. One day,
This is a fairly
stranger
famous talk that was
appeared on
originally
our
given at a
bulletin board.
GDC by Brian
Right
Moriarty.
away, I knew we were in trouble. This fellow, whose name was Gary, began spouting all kinds of apocalyptic nonsense about worldwide conspiracies, secret societies, and devil worship. At first, we tried to be polite. We questioned his sources, corrected his histories, logically refuted his claims, and tried to behave in a civilized manner. But instead of soothing him, our attention only made him worse. His conspiratorial warnings became urgent, approaching hysteria. He began to threaten people who disagreed with him. To coin a phrase, Gary went all uppercase. But his most urgent warnings weren't about the gays, the Jews, the Rockefellers, or the Illuminati. According to Gary, the greatest enemy of mankind was Santa Claus.
True.
Gary claimed to possess a secret numerical formula that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Santa Claus was an avatar of the Antichrist. Intrigued, we pressed Gary to reveal his formula. In doing so, we walked right into his trap. We should have known he had a book to sell. I fell for it. I sent him the $15. Less than a week later, the book arrived. Above an ominous photograph of the Washington Monument was emblazoned the title, 666, The Final Warning. Inside this privately printed 494-page monster, Gary reveals a simple geometrical formula, which he claims was developed by the ancient Sumerians. This formula assigns successive products of 6 to each letter of the alphabet. A equals 6, B equals 12, C equals 18, etc. Imagine my dismay when I applied this ancient formula to the name Santa Claus and obtained the blasphemous sum of 666, the biblical number of the beast. I went on Prodigy and reported to the stunned members of our interest group that Gary was right after all.
Yep.
There could be no doubt that according to the unimpeachable wisdom of ancient Samaria, Santa Claus was the Antichrist. I then went on to point out several other names which, when submitted to Gary's formula, also produced the sum 666. Names like St. James, New York, and New Mexico. Soon the bulletin board was filled with discoveries like computer, Boston tea, and most sinister of all, sing karaoke. Gary left us alone after that. I got my $15 worth. But Gary is hardly the first person to connect secret codes to the Bible. People have been looking for Easter eggs in the Bible for hundreds of years. The Hebrew mystical tradition of Kabbalah can be described as a geometrical meditation on the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. The advent of computers has made the application of numerology to the Bible fast and efficient. The latest spate of Bible searching was instigated by a book published in 1998 by Michael Drosnin, a former Wall Street Journal reporter. His book, The Bible Code, applied a skip cipher in which every nth character in a text is combined to form a message. By applying his skip cipher to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, Drosnin claimed to have discovered predictions of World War II, the Holocaust, Hiroshima, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and both Kennedys, the moon landing, Watergate, the Oklahoma City bombing, the election of Bill Clinton, the death of Princess Di, and the comet that collided with Jupiter. He also found predictions of a giant earthquake in LA, a meteor hitting the Earth, and nuclear Armageddon, all scheduled to occur before the end of the last decade. The Bible Code spent many weeks on the bestseller lists, spawning several sequels and dozens of imitators. The Bible has certainly attracted its share of crackpots, but for the real hardcore egg hunters, nothing can rival the ingenuity, the tenacious scholarship, the stubborn zeal of those who seek the answer to the ultimate literary puzzle, a poisonous conundrum that has squandered fortunes, destroyed careers, and driven healthy, intelligent scholars to the brink of madness and beyond.
How did Stella get a group back?
Who wrote Shakespeare?
Yeah, that's him.
The essays and books devoted to the Shakespeare authorship problem are sufficient to fill a large library. Several such libraries actually exist. Not even a day-long tutorial, much less an hour lecture, can begin to do justice to this complex, bizarre, and dangerously tantalizing story. Nevertheless, for the unacquainted, I will attempt to summarize the issue in a few paragraphs. The undisputed facts of Shakespeare's life and career could be scribbled on the back of a cocktail napkin. We know for a fact that a man named William Shakespeare was born in 1564 in or around the village of Stratford-upon-Avon. We know that he had a wife and at least 3 children. We know he bought property in Stratford, was involved in several lawsuits with his neighbors, and died there in 1616, aged 52. We also know that during those same years, a man with a last name similar to Shakespeare worked as an actor on the London stage, eventually becoming co-owner of some of the theaters there. We also know that about the same time, a number of most excellent poems and plays were published in London under the name Shakespeare. We do not know for a fact that the landowner in Stratford and the actor in London with a similar last name were one and the same man. We do not know for a fact that either man had anything to do with the poems and the plays. All we know is that those poems and plays have, in the 400 years since their composition, come to be regarded as a pinnacle of Western culture. The works attributed to Shakespeare appear to have been written by a man or woman who knew something about just about everything. They're filled with references to mythology and classic literature, games and sports, war and weapons of war, ships and sailing, the law and legal terminology, court etiquette, statesmanship, horticulture, music, astronomy, medicine, falconry, and, of course, theater. Therein lies the problem. How could a farmer's son of uncertain schooling, from a mostly illiterate country village, a man of practically no account at all, wield such encyclopedic learning, with so much eloquence and wit, so much wisdom and human understanding? For the first 150 years, nobody questioned the traditional history of the bard. Then, in the late 18th century, Reverend James Wilcott, a distinguished scholar who lived just a few miles north of Stratford, decided to write a biography of the famous playwright. Dr. Wilcott believed that a man as well educated as Shakespeare must have owned a fairly extensive library, despite the fact that not a single book or manuscript is mentioned in his will. Over the years, he speculated, some of those books must have found their way into local collections. And so, the good Reverend Doctor scoured the British countryside, taking inventory of literally every bookshelf within 50 miles of Stratford. Not a single book from the library of William Shakespeare was discovered. Neither were there found any letters to, from, or about Shakespeare. Furthermore, no references to the folklore, local sayings, or distinctive dialect of the Stratford area could be found in any of Shakespeare's writings. After 4 years of painstaking research, Dr. Wilcott concluded, to his own dismay, that only one person contemporary with Shakespeare of Stratford had ever demonstrated the wide-ranging education and expressive talent needed to compose those poems and plays. That man was the multilingual author, philosopher, and statesman, inventor of the scientific method, chancellor to the courts of Queen Elizabeth and King James, Sir Francis Bacon.
Sounds like he was a little busy to be
Dr.
writing
Wilcott
plays.
never dared to publish his theory. But before he died, he confided it to a friend, James Cowell, who, in 1805, repeated it to a meeting of the Ipswich Philosophical Society. The members of the society were suitably outraged, and the scandalous matter was quickly forgotten. Then, in 1857, a lady from Stratford, Connecticut, published a book called The Philosophy of the Plays of Shakespeare Unfolded. In this book, Miss Delia Bacon, no relation to Francis, claimed that the works of Shakespeare were written by a secret cabal of British nobility, including Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Philip Sidney, as well as Sir Francis Bacon. Delia Bacon's book electrified the world of letters. Battle lines were drawn between the orthodox Stratfordians and the heretical Baconians. Literary societies and scholarly journals were formed to debate the evidence. Hundreds of pamphlets, newspaper articles, and essays were published defending each side and ridiculing the opposition with that self-aggrandizing viciousness peculiar to tenured academics. Armed with her explosive book, Delia Bacon journeyed to Stratford-upon-Avon and, unbelievably, obtained official permission to open Shakespeare's grave. However, when the moment came to actually lift the stone, Delia's self-doubt precipitated a catastrophic nervous breakdown. She later died penniless in a madhouse. Around 1888, things began to get a bit out of hand. U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota became interested in the Shakespeare controversy. One day, browsing through his facsimile copy of the First Folio of 1623, he noted that the word bacon appeared on page 53 of the Histories and also on page 53 of the Comedies. He also noted that Sir Francis Bacon had written extensively on the subject of cryptography. Donnelly began counting line and page numbers, adding and subtracting letters, drawing lines over sentences, circling words, and crossing them out. The result was a complex and virtually incomprehensible algorithm, which he claimed was invented by Bacon to hide secret messages inside the First Folio. The greatest Easter egg hunt in the history of Western civilization had begun. Here are just a couple of the sillier highlights. A doctor named Orville Owen of Detroit constructed a bizarre research tool he called the Wheel of Fortune. This wheel consisted of 2 giant wooden spools wrapped with a strip of canvas 2 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. Onto this canvas, he glued the separate pages of the complete works of Bacon, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Greene, Peele, and Spenser, together with Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. By cranking the spools back and forth, Dr. Owen could quickly zip across the pages in search of clues and cross-references. Employing a large team of secretaries and stenographers, Owen claimed to have uncovered a complete alternative history of Elizabethan England, as well as several entirely new Shakespeare plays and sonnets. Listen to this hidden verse, supposedly penned by the mighty bard himself, which inspired Dr. Owen to build his Wheel of Fortune. Take your knife and cut all our books asunder, and set the leaves on a great firm wheel, which rolls and rolls, and turning the fickle rolling wheel, Throw your eyes upon Fortune, that goddess blind, that stands upon a spherical stone, that turning and inconstant rolls in restless variation. After publishing 5 thick volumes of this rubbish, Owen announced the discovery of an anagram, indicating that Bacon's original manuscripts were buried near Chepstow Castle on the River Wye. Owen spent the next 15 years and thousands of dollars excavating the bed of the river with boat crews and high explosives. He died before anything was found. A fellow named Arnsberg wrote an entire book based on the analysis of the significance of a suspicious crack in the tomb of Bacon's mother. A Ray of Sanity finally appeared in 1957. To those familiar with the science of cryptology, the name William Friedman needs little introduction. During World War II, Colonel Friedman was the head of the U.S. Army's Cryptoanalytic Bureau. He is credited with cracking the Japanese Empire's most sensitive cipher. After the war, the colonel decided to apply his expertise to the study of the Shakespeare ciphers. He interviewed several of the experts in the field and prepared a detailed scientific analysis, which he published under the title The Shakespeare Ciphers Examined. His conclusion? In a word, bunk. According to the standards of cryptologic science, not one of the hidden messages purportedly discovered in Shakespeare's works was plausible. The rules used to extract these messages from the texts were non-rigorous, wildly subjective, and unrepeatable by anyone except the original decipherer. The people involved were not being dishonest. They were channeling their preconceptions. They were trapped in a labyrinth of delusion, mining order from chaos. You would think that Friedman's cold and ruthless exposure would be enough to silence the heretics once and for all. Not a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences and doctoral dissertations keep right on coming. I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos.
No, it is.
A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list includes Nathaniel Hawthorne, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James, Sam Clemens, Sigmund Freud, Orson Welles, and Sir John Gielgud. Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre, Mark Rylance, Michael York, Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh, and even that most revered and scholarly of contemporary Shakespearean actors, Keanu Reeves.
Okay.
The current leading candidate for the authorship is Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas Looney. What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspires this intense scrutiny? Nobody's looking for acrostics in Chaucer or Keats. There are no hit CDs of the secret chorales of Wagner or Beethoven. For the answer, we need to recognize the unique roles which the Bible and Shakespeare have played in the development of Western culture. No other single work of literature has influenced modern English more than the translation of the Holy Bible published in 1611 under the auspices of King James I. The King James Bible exemplifies the meaning of the word
was the King James
classic.
Bible named after King James?
It has been called the noblest monument of English prose, the very greatest achievement of the English language. It has served as an inspiration for generations of poets, dramatists, musicians, politicians, and orators.
Okay, hold up. Like, jokes aside, comedy is filled with numerology. Every single number in comedy is 3, 33, 9, 27. It's all numerology from the top to the bottom anyway.
Countless people have learned to read by repeating the phrases in this, the only book their family possessed. Our constitutions and our laws have been profoundly shaped by its cadences and imagery. But even the glory of the King James Bible, compiled by a committee of 46 editors over the course of a decade, pales before the dazzling legacy of the Swan of Avon. The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 15,000 words, more than 3 times that of the King James Bible, and twice the size of his nearest competitor, John Milton. His poems and plays were written without the aid of a dictionary or a thesaurus. They didn't exist yet. It was all in his head.
Because he made them up!
When Shakespeare had a thought for which Elizabethan English had no word, he invented one. The Oxford English Dictionary lists hundreds of everyday words and phrases, which made their first appearance in the pages of the Bard. Addiction, alligator, assassination, bedroom, critic, dawn, design, dialogue, employer, film, glow, gloomy, gossip, hint, hurry, investment, lonely, luggage, manager, switch, torture, transcendence, wormhole, zany. Hamlet alone contains nearly 40 of these neologisms. Who today would have this audacity, this giddy exuberance of invention? Only one other English author even approaches Shakespeare's facility for coining new words: Sir Francis Bacon. In the modern era, the record holder is Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, who, interestingly, also happens to be the second most quoted author in English, after Shakespeare.
I ain't never quoted him.
Everyone has been profoundly molded by the influences of the King James Bible and Shakespeare. Like it or not, all of us peer at the world through the lenses of these great works. They are the primary source documents of modern English thought, the style guides of our minds. Contemplating these dazzling jewels of wisdom and eloquence gives rise to an extraordinary feeling, a potent, rare, and precious emotion with the potential to completely upset your life. An emotion powerful enough to make a man abandon his wife and children, forfeit career and reputation, lay down his possessions, and follow his heart without questioning. That sweet, sweet fusion of wonder and fear, irresistible attraction, and soul-numbing dread known as awe. Awe is the grail of artistic achievement. No other human emotion possesses such raw, transformative power, and none is more difficult to evoke. Few and far between are the works of man that qualify as truly awesome. It is awe that convinces a rabbi to spend a lifetime decoding Yahweh from the Pentateuch. Awe that sends millions of visitors each year to the pyramids of Giza, Guadalupe, and Mecca. It was awe that drove poor Delia Bacon to her doom. Now, please don't come away from this lecture thinking that the key to awesome game design is the installation of Easter eggs. Ordinary games with their contrived Easter eggs and cheat codes are like the Battery of the Month Club. You have to trudge down to the back of the store to get what you really came for. If superpower is what people really want, why
That's
not
called
just
wrapping it
give
up,
to
baby.
them?
That's called tying a bow
Is
on
our
it.
imagination so impoverished that we have to resort to marketing gimmicks to keep players interested in our games? Awesome things don't hold anything back. Awesome things are rich and generous. The treasure is right there. One afternoon, I was sitting alone behind the counter at that old Radio Shack store. My boss had stepped out for some reason. An elderly woman walked through the front door. Like most of our customers, she was shabbily dressed, probably on a fixed income. I assumed she was there for her free battery, but instead, she placed a portable radio on the counter. This little radio came from the days when they boasted about the number of transistors inside on the case. It was completely wrapped in dirty white medical tape. The woman looked at me and asked, "Can you fix this?" Slowly, I unwrapped the medical tape, peeling away the layers until the back cover of the radio fell off, accompanied by a cloud of red dust. The interior of the radio was half eaten away by battery leakage and corrosion. I looked at the radio. I looked at the old woman. I looked back at the radio. I reached behind me, where the expensive alkaline batteries were hanging like prescription medication, and removed a gleaming 9-volt cell from its gold blister pack.
Gold?
Then I pulled a brand new transistor
people
radio
sure are
from a
different.
box, installed the alkaline, and helped the lady find her favorite station. No money changed hands. She left the store without saying a word.
She asked you if you
Awesome
could fix it.
things are kind of like that. Bach offered his students very specific insight into the source of awe. In addition to BACH, 2 other sets of initials are also associated with Bach's music. These initials are not hidden in the notes. Instead, they're scrawled right across the top of the manuscript for the whole world to see. The initials are SDG and JJ. SDG stands for the Latin phrase Sole Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. JJ stands for
What would
Jesu
Jesus do?
Juva. Help me, Jesus. Bach wrote all of his great masterpieces sub specie eternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. He did not compose only to please his sponsors or to win the approval of an audience. His work was his worship. Bach once wrote, "Music should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there is no true music, but only an infernal clamor and ranting."
Damn.
The name of the power that moves you is not important. What is important is that you are moved. Awe is the foundation of religion. No other motivation can
This guy
free
hasn't
you
heard Uptown
from the
Funk.
limits of personal achievement. Nothing else can teach you the art of flight. Computer games are barely 40 years old. Only a few words in our basic vocabulary have been established. A whole dictionary is waiting to be coined. The slate is clean. Someday soon, perhaps even in our lifetime, a game design will appear that will flash across our culture like lightning.
Yeah, Fortnite was pretty sick.
It will be easy to recognize. It will be generous, giddy with exuberant inventiveness. Scholars will pick it apart for decades, perhaps centuries. It will be something wonderful, something terrifying, something awful. A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a conference in London. My wife joined me, and we took a day off for some sightseeing. We decided to visit England's second biggest tourist attraction, Stratford-upon-Avon. It was cold and rainy when our train arrived. Luckily, most of the attractions are just a short walk from the station. We visited Shakespeare's birthplace, a charming old house along the main street, which attracts millions of pilgrims every year, despite the complete lack of any evidence that Shakespeare was born there or even lived anywhere near it. We went past the school where Shakespeare learned to read and write, although no documents exist to prove his attendance. We visited Anne Hathaway's cottage,
Not
the
that Anne
rustic
Hathaway.
country
Not that
farm
one.
where his wife spent her childhood, although no record shows anyone by that name ever having lived there. Finally, we came to the one location undeniably associated with Shakespeare, Trinity Parish Church, on the banks of the River Avon, where a man by that name is buried. This beautiful church is approached by a long walkway between rows of ancient gravestones, shaded by tall trees. The entrance door is surprisingly tiny. No cameras are allowed inside. The interior is dark and quiet. Despite the presence of busloads of tourists, the atmosphere is hushed and respectful. A few people are seated in the pews, deep in
Is this a
prayer.
Yelp review for the tour company?
An aisle leads up the center of the church. The left side of the altar is brightly illuminated. On the wall above is a famous bust of the bard, quill in hand, gazing serenely at the crowd of pilgrims. On the floor beneath, surrounded by bouquets of flowers, at the very spot where Delia Bacon lost her mind, the gravestone of William Shakespeare bears
Thanks for
this
gifting that,
dire warning. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Every year, 3 million pilgrims arrive from every nation on earth to approach this stone and consider the likeness of a man whose body of work can only be described as awesome. By contrast, the right side of the altar is dark and featureless. Nobody of any consequence is buried there. The only point of interest is a wooden case of simple design, carved of dark oak. Inside the case, sealed beneath a thick sheet of glass, lies a large open book. A plaque on the case identifies this book as a first edition of the King James Bible, published in 1611, when Shakespeare was 46. Not many pilgrims visit this side of the altar.
46.
Most of those that do simply glance at the book, read the plaque, and move along. A few, more observant, note that the Bible happens to be opened to a page in the Old Testament, the book of Psalms, chapter 46. No explanation is given for this particular choice of pages. For the initiated, none is necessary. If you are of inquisitive bent, if you are intrigued by English history and literature, if you value your peace of mind, cover your ears now. In the year 1900, a scholar noticed something about the King James translation of Psalm 46. something terrifying, something wonderful. The 46th word from the beginning of Psalm 46 is shake. The 46th word from the end is spear. There are only two possibilities here. Either this is the finest coincidence ever recorded in the history of world literature, or it is not.
Or it's not.
The Earth revolves around only one sun and has only one moon. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun. The sun happens to be 400 times farther away. And the apparent paths of the moon and sun in our sky happen to intersect exactly twice every month. Which means that every now and then, at long yet precisely predictable intervals, the lunar disk slips across the face of the sun and just barely conceals it for a few wonderful, terrible minutes.
We're all trying to figure out where it goes.
A fine coincidence, no? In June of 1977, a little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief ascended a hilltop in the British village of Ampthill. At the summit of this hill is a tall, slender cross, a memorial to Catherine of Aragon, the first wife of Henry VIII. The sun, high in the south, cast the shadow of the cross upon the grassy hillside. At exactly 12 noon, the man removed from his pocket a bar magnet. He turned the magnet so its north pole was facing south and buried it under the shadow of the cross. 2 years later, a few hours before the publication of his first book, the man returned to that hillside, this time in the dead of night. He used a compass to locate the magnet he had buried. In that same place, he dug a hole in the ground and placed inside a ceramic container inscribed with the following words: I am the keeper of the jewel of masquerade, waiting for you, or eternity.
Now, if you paid attention to this whole thing, you might think to yourself, there's no way that there was any moral to take from this story, and I do have one for you, by the way. I do know what the moral of this story is, and that's that if he had been a member of his own Battery of the Month club, he might have been able to replace the batteries in his carbon monoxide detector. Once I divorced Brian Moriarty's talk from Jonathan Blow's The Witness, I found that I find it much more charming. It's definitely like, hey, conspiracies and Easter eggs are all sort of born from the same thing. I love that the very end of it, though, he's like, oh, by the way, here's one more conspiracy for you, and this one is fucking real. The name of it is The Secret of Psalm 46. It's a talk from GDC by Brian Moriarty. Though that was a re-recording of it. I don't know if there's like the original talk anywhere online. I'm sure it does exist, but... Damn, can you imagine? I have to go to work tomorrow because Shakespeare invented the word work. That sucks. He invented the word landlord. It's landowner. Okay. Word. Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare, you rat fuck, is a classic of this stream. It's a classic of this community. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah, join the Battery of the Month Club. So I got my lead batteries. Oh yeah, I had a doctor's appointment today and I totally forgot to put together the RA book club stuff. I'll try to maybe get that done tomorrow. Is that a Game Boy camera? Yeah. Why isn't my Game Boy camera overheat like my normal one? Because I'm using a USB webcam to power this rather than my DSLR. My DSLR was the one that was overheating. We were pixels away from grabbing the H, but I fucked it up. Rushed. The real answer is that when I switched over to the DSLR camera, I really liked the way it looked. And so when it started malfunctioning too much for me to really be able to put up with it, I didn't want to just switch back to a USB webcam because I don't really care for the way it looked. But turning to a Game Boy camera, that's fine. So at some point, I will replace my DSLR. When I have enough money to do so, and the motivation to spend that amount of money, which is really the more important thing. But until such a time happens, please enjoy this shabby recreation of a Game Boy camera. I don't like those guys. Mario met Shakespeare once. How are you supposed to get that? Yo, thank you for the raid. Sorry. Hey, hi Wang. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, you're just a little too late to meme about Shakespeare. Sorry. Yeah, this is the level music. Very intense. Yeah, I'm well known for being very good at identifying video game music, so you should definitely trust me when it comes to that kind of thing. Oh. Okay, fine. Tough level. Well, it only took me 2 hours and one Brian Moriarty lecture to get through the first half of the level, so... I wonder if Brian Moriarty has any other Radio Shack ephemera to share with us. You were complaining the loudest, lol Yoshi, and now you're asking for another one. I see that you have now understood why I continue to play that audio clip. Because for some reason we all hate it, and also want to listen to it again. I'm pretty sure it's longer than 45 minutes. It's, yeah, an hour long. And every time I play that hour-long lecture, it is the fastest 2.5 hours you can ask for. The 4 hours just fly by. Yeah, OBS wouldn't show me how long the audio file was unless I started it again, so sorry. Look, I have to play it. It's important for the brand. It's so important that despite the fact that every time I play it, my viewer count goes down by about 60 viewers, I still gotta do it, you know? Like, sometimes you just gotta think, you gotta hear what Brian Moriarty thinks about Radio Shack. There's a Toho fan game that references The Witness, which also references the Eclipse puzzle. Okay, that's incredible. Yeah, I was saying earlier that my attitude toward Brian Moriarty's The Secret of Psalm 46 talk used to be somewhat clouded by the fact that Jonathan Blow is a hack, and it being in that made me feel negative feelings about it, but I've come around. It's not Brian Moriarty's fault. I mean, he could have said no, but it's not his fault. I mean, I'm pretty sure he did. If for no other reason than the fact that Jonathan Blow had him re-record it for The Witness. Yo, Dan, thank you so much for the raid. We're playing probably the easiest Mario hack ever. Do you think spending an hour's worth of effort in order to do something for a video game is a big ask? If someone comes to me and they say, hey, would you be willing to give an hour-long lecture on computer science for a game? I'll pay you money. I'd say, brother, they already pay me money to do that. I'm down to. At the time that Brian Moriarty would have been asked, my thoughts on Jonathan Blow were a lot less negative, so I'm not faulting him for the choice he made then. It's only now that we know that, well, that it's hard for me to summarize Jonathan Blow in one bullet point. It's a bit of the everything that's wrong with him. Yeah, nominative determinism wins again. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I like Braid, and I love The Witness, and I will not be purchasing his new game that's coming out. For one, I do not want to financially support Jonathan Blow any further, which I don't think I have to explain. But then it came to light that, like, most of the content from the game is not his, it's stolen for a given definition of stealing. No, not AI. So, the short version, and I'm summarizing based on what I know. So, anyone who knows the truth of the matter more clearly than I do can correct everything I'm about to say that's wrong. But my understanding is that the engine that the new game he's making, he created and released some time ago, and other people in his orbit had made levels with it. And a large percentage of the game that he's releasing soon is basically just levels put together a long time ago by other people who no longer really want to be associated with him. And so, I mean, I don't have a lot of respect for it. There's probably bits of that I'm getting wrong. So look into it yourself, but what I've heard of it does not make me really want to purchase it or spend money on a product that will financially enrich Jonathan Blow. Yeah, I mean, to use an analogy, again, the best I understand it, it would be sort of like all these years people have been making fan levels of Super Mario World, and if Nintendo just released a new Super Mario World game that was all of these fan levels put together, you'd be like, well, I mean, they can technically do that, I guess. But also, isn't that a little shitty? I've only heard bits and pieces from people, and some of those people are people who their levels are being used, and they're like, damn, when I made these levels, I did not know that they were going to be used in this way, and I do not support Jonathan Blow in the current era. Yeah, like, it's hard for me to separate the fact that I don't respect him all that much, because he, is a pretentious twit, in my opinion, from the fact that he's also, like, a MAGA shithead. Not to get into it, sorry. Didn't mean to get into it on your Mario Nintendo video game stream, but, on top of being a MAGA shithead and a science denier, he also is really pretentious. So, I mean, really what I'm trying to say here is not that those are equivalent things, but really just choose your own adventure on why you might not want to like him. Yeah, it's a pretty popular angle these days. Oh, I'm dead? Okay, bye! Okay, bye! There ain't no point to the game. This dude don't ever run out of his go back in time juice. I think about that every semester because I have a part in one of my slide decks where I'm during my sort of recap phase at the beginning of data structures, where I'm talking about like these are the things you already know and here's how they fit into our understanding of data structures, and I'm talking about stacks. I use braid as an example of stacks because, you know, like the rewind mechanic can be implemented by just like simple stack operations. And every time I show them footage of braid, I think of the Soldier Boy clip. No, I've never done that before, but one of these days I'm gonna. I'm done for tonight. Hey, thanks for hanging out.